What if nothing needs to be done anymore? Not tonight, not in this moment, not even in the way you used to believe was required, because the most surprising truth is also the simplest one. Life does not move when you strain. Life moves when you assume, quietly, completely, inevitably. And if that feels almost too easy, good. That's the doorway opening. What if abundance has never been a reward for effort, but a response to identity? What if the world has been answering who you are, being not what you are doing? Not your schedules, not your struggle, not your forcing, but the inner stance you return to when no one is watching. We've been trained to believe power is loud, that creation is a kind of labor, that you must push reality into shape with constant management. But the deeper law moves in the opposite direction. It listens to your baseline assumption, the silent one, the one you carry beneath your words. So tonight, you're not here to chase anything. You're here to remember authority, the kind that doesn't argue, doesn't plead, doesn't negotiate with appearances, the kind that simply decides internally and lets the world catch up. And here is the curiosity that changes everything. What if sleep is when power activates? Not because sleep is magic, but because sleep is when resistance softens, when the surface mind stops rehearsing doubt, when the old story gets quiet enough that a new one can be accepted without a fight. You don't need to fix yourself tonight. You don't need to become worthy. You don't need to figure out the perfect method. You only need to rest into the truth that reality follows the inner command you live from. And that command can be changed without struggle. So let's make this simple. Let's make it gentle. Let's make it certain. As you listen, allow your body to be still in whatever way is comfortable. Let your eyes rest and let your jaw unclench just a little. You're not trying to relax. You're allowing relaxation to happen. And if you want to journey with me like this each night, you can subscribe for nightly sessions and leave a small ritual in the comments. I am ready to rewire. Not as a performance, just as an agreement with yourself. A quiet declaration that you're done wrestling the old pattern. Because the moment you decide internally calmly, something begins to reorganize. Not with fireworks, with gravity. And tonight, we begin from the calm center, where nothing needs to be forced, because the law is already working. Now, we'll move deeper the easy way, the natural way. As the surface mind begins to soften and the deeper mind begins to listen. Now we let the mind settle the way a lake settles, not by being commanded into stillness, but by being left alone long enough for the ripples to finish their story. And while you rest here, we can understand something quietly powerful. Because understanding, when it's simple, removes the last need to struggle. We're taught to think the subconscious is stubborn, that it must be wrestled into change. But the subconscious isn't stubborn. It's obedient. It is not a debating partner. It's a faithful recorder. It does not sit in judgment weighing what you deserve. It accepts what is impressed upon it, especially what is repeated, what is felt, what is assumed as normal. This is why effort often fails, because effort usually carries the hidden assumption, I don't have it yet. Effort can be a form of confession. It can whisper again and again, I'm not there, I'm not there, I'm not there. And the subconscious, which does not reason, simply takes the confession as instruction. But identity is different. Identity doesn't beg. Identity doesn't chase. Identity doesn't argue with the mirror. Identity is a decision you live from. And this is the gentle law: the subconscious moves reality to match the identity you accept as true, not the identity you say you want, the identity you return to, the one you believe is you, even when you're tired, even when you're alone, even when no one is watching. That's why we're here at this hour, because rest is when contradiction weakens. In waking life, the surface mind is busy. It compares, it checks, it worries. It tries to protect you by scanning for what's missing. It argues with new assumptions like a strict accountant. It demands proof first, but in rest, that strict gatekeeper softens, and we don't have to fight it. We don't have to overpower it. We simply let sleep do what sleep naturally does. It lowers the volume of doubt, and the deeper mind becomes more reachable. This is why sleep removes contradiction, not because you're unconscious in some dull way, but because you're no longer clinging so tightly to the old argument. In the day, you might say, "I am abundant," and immediately another voice rises. How, when? Look at the numbers. The waking mind loves to litigate, but here at night we don't litigate. We don't argue. We impress. We allow the deeper mind to hear a new normal, and the subconscious, like the most loyal servant, begins to build from that. We can see how this has always been true even before you knew it. Think of how habits were formed. No one is born believing certain things about money, love, safety, or success. Those were learned, not by logic alone, but by repetition, by moods returned to by reactions, rehearsed by inner statements, repeated until they felt like me. Every habit was once an assumption. At some point you assumed something about yourself, and then you behaved from it, and then life reflected it, and then the reflection convinced you, and the loop closed. And it became your reality. We don't say this to blame you. We say it to free you. Because if your current life is the outpicturing of past assumptions, then your future life is simply waiting for new ones. Your current life already proves this law. The evidence is everywhere if we look gently. Notice how you can walk into a room and instantly know where you stand socially, emotionally. Not because someone announced it, but because your assumption takes its place before any words are spoken. And people respond. The air responds. Your posture responds. The experience organizes itself around the unseen state. Notice how some days, without any external reason, you feel certain, and things seem to line up. Conversations open. Opportunities appear. Your timing is perfect. You call it luck, but it's not luck. It's coherence. It's an inner stance that makes you move differently, see differently, choose differently. And reality answers that. And other days the opposite. The same world, the same city, the same phone, the same people. But your inner state is tense, doubtful, braced. And suddenly everything feels heavy. Obstacles multiply. You call it one of those days, but it's not random. It's instruction being followed. The subconscious does not reason, it accepts. So tonight we use that, and we do it without force, because the subconscious doesn't need to be convinced with arguments. It needs to be impressed with normalcy. Repetition equals instruction, not repetition like a desperate chant, but repetition like the steady rhythm of waves shaping stone, gentle, certain, unavoidable. A state repeated becomes a state believed. A state believed becomes a life lived. And here is something even more relieving. You have already used this law perfectly. You have already manifested your current patterns without trying. The way you respond to money, the way you expect people to treat you, the way you interpret silence, the way you anticipate outcomes, the way you define what is possible for you. These are not random. These are not fate. These are assumed realities. You did it unconsciously, so we're not asking you to do something unnatural. We're simply bringing the process into the light so you can choose it. And when it comes to wealth and lack, this is especially clear. Wealth is not merely numbers. It is a learned inner state. Lack is not merely circumstances. It is also a learned inner state. We don't say this to deny practical realities. We say this because the inner state is the source that shapes your relationship with practical reality. Two people can have the same paycheck and live in different worlds. One lives in expansion because their inner assumption is safety flow increase. The other lives in contraction because their inner assumption is threat scarcity instability. Same numbers, different universe. Because the subconscious organizes experience around what it has accepted as true. So tonight we're not worshiping action, and we're not rejecting action either. We're simply placing action in its rightful position. Action is a consequence, not a cause. When the assumption changes, your actions become effortless, natural, almost automatic. You move with clarity instead of force. You choose differently without needing to fight yourself. You notice openings you used to miss. You feel worthy of receiving what you used to push away. And the world, because it is responsive, begins to mirror it. This is why trying to do more without changing identity often feels like running on a wheel. Because the subconscious keeps printing the same blueprint, and you keep attempting to build a new life on an old design. But tonight, we change the design, and we do it at the time when the mind is most receptive. There is a reason old stories feel louder in the daytime. The daytime mind is built for survival tasks, analysis, prediction control. It's useful, but it's not the best instrument for planting new assumptions. The nighttime mind is softer. It is more symbolic. It is more receptive. And we don't have to make it receptive. It already is. We simply stop interfering. So as you lie here, let this be your permission slip. You do not need to strain for change. You do not need to convince the world. You do not need to rehearse the old reasons. You are allowed to let the deeper mind accept a new normal easily. If thoughts arise about tomorrow, about money, about time, about what you still have to do, let them pass like a radio playing in another room. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to follow them. They can exist, and you can remain. Because what matters is not that you have no thoughts. What matters is what you return to. And tonight, we return to the quiet center, the place where assumption is made calmly, and life obeys. Just feel what it would be like without effort to rest as someone who is already supported, not hoping to be supported, not trying to be supported, simply resting as it. And notice how the body responds when the inner story changes. Even slightly, the shoulders loosen a fraction, the belly softens, the forehead smooths, the breath becomes less guarded, because the subconscious recognizes truth in the language of feeling. And this is why we speak softly tonight. This is why we move slowly. We are not forcing new beliefs onto you. We are allowing you to remember the law you've been living under all along. The subconscious accepts identity without resistance during rest. Sleep removes contradiction. Repetition equals instruction. And you already have proof of this law, because your life has been faithfully reflecting what you've assumed. So now we simply choose a different assumption, and we will do it the gentle way. As you drift deeper into safety, deeper into stillness, deeper into the part of you that creates without effort. Because the subconscious is not your enemy, it is your servant, and tonight, it listens. Now, without trying to relax, without scanning the body, without directing the breath. We allow something even deeper to soften, not the body, the identity. You don't need to manage anything here. You don't need to check if you're doing this right. This part happens the way dusk happens, gradually, without instruction. Begin by noticing the simple truth. You are not the role you played today. You may have worn many roles: worker, provider, problem solver, caretaker, thinker, striver, maybe even worrier. These roles required effort, attention, performance. They asked something of you, but none of them are you. They are garments the awareness put on for a while, and garments can be removed. So imagine now, not vividly, not forcefully, just symbolically, that each role is like a coat you wore today. Heavy or light, useful or unnecessary. And one by one, without drama, they are gently set aside. You don't throw them away. You don't judge them. You simply no longer need to carry them into rest. The one who must figure things out can rest now. The one who must stay alert can rest now. The one who must prove, improve, or fix can rest now. Nothing is required of you in this moment. Not improvement, not discipline, not vigilance. Awareness remains, even as effort fades. And this is important. You are not disappearing. You are expanding. As the labels loosen, notice how the sense of self becomes more spacious, less tight around the edges, less defined by tasks and timelines. You are still here, but quieter, still present, but less compressed. It's like standing in a large open room after leaving a narrow hallway. There is more space to breathe even without breathing differently. Let the name you answer to during the day soften. You don't need it here. Let the story you tell about where you are in life loosen. It doesn't need to be rehearsed right now. Let the inner posture of effort dissolve. The subtle leaning forward, the subtle bracing, the subtle sense that something must be done next. Nothing is next. There is only now. And now does not demand anything from you. If thoughts arise, labels, memories, fragments of the day, notice how they float without needing a response. They don't need to be completed. They don't need to be corrected. They can simply pass through the wider space you're becoming. You are not the thinker of thoughts. You are the awareness they move through. And awareness does not get tired. This is why rest is possible even before sleep. This is why safety can be felt even before circumstances change. Because beneath all identities, there is a neutral presence that does not need to earn its place. Stay here, not by holding on, but by allowing everything else to loosen. Imagine the sense of me gently unhooking from outcomes, unhooking from timelines, unhooking from comparison, unhooking from the idea that value must be justified. And as this happens, there may be a subtle drifting, a sense of floating without moving, a feeling of being held without knowing by what. This is not something you create. This is something you allow when effort steps aside. You might notice moments where attention fades slightly, then returns. That's perfect. That's not failure. That's permission working. Each time attention returns, it returns to a softer place, a wider place, a quieter place. And here identity is no longer a tight definition. It is a spacious assumption, a gentle knowing, an unspoken sense of I am without needing to add anything after it. You don't need to define yourself as successful yet. You don't need to define yourself as abundant yet. We are simply removing what you are not, so what you are can be impressed without resistance. This is progressive softening, not of muscles, but of meaning. And meaning when softened becomes receptive. So let yourself drift in this spaciousness. Let the old edges blur. Let the inner narrator quiet. You are safe to rest as awareness alone. Nothing is required of you now, And that is precisely why change becomes possible. And now, there is nothing you need to hold together. If the mind wanders, let it wander. If it circles, let it circle. Even drifting is not a mistake here, because control was never the mechanism that made life work. We were taught to believe that if we don't manage every thought, everything will fall apart. But the deeper law has always been operating without supervision. Notice how the heart beats without being reminded. Notice how gravity does not ask for permission. Notice how a seed grows underground, unseen, unmonitored, and still knows exactly what to do. The law works like this. It does not need your vigilance. It does not need your anxiety. It does not need your constant checking. Even wandering thoughts are not obstacles. They are simply weather moving through a sky that remains unchanged. You don't need to chase them away. You don't need to replace them. You don't need to fix them into something better. The river does not stop to argue with a fallen leaf. It simply carries it along. So if a thought appears about money, about time, about something unresolved, let it float. If an image from the past arises, let it pass. If the mind momentarily grips, notice it, and allow the grip to soften on its own. You are not being tested here. You are being supported. And this is where true surrender happens, not as an action, but as a realization that you were never required to hold the universe together. That control was never the price of safety. That letting go is not something you do. It is something that happens when you stop trying to do anything at all. There may be a sense now of sinking, or settling, or being gently carried, like lying back into water that knows how to hold you. The law is doing its work beneath the surface. Just like gravity does not announce itself, this reorganization does not need to be witnessed. Seeds grow unseen. Corrections happen quietly. Paths realign without effort. And even now, while you rest, something subtle is shifting. Not because you're directing it, but because you've stepped out of the way. If attention drifts far, that's fine. If you lose track of words, that's fine. Nothing is being missed. The law does not require perfect focus. It requires allowance, and allowance is already happening. So rest in this understanding. You are not responsible for making change happen. You are only responsible for no longer resisting it. And resistance dissolves naturally when control is no longer gripping. Let the shoulders of the mind drop. Let the inner fist unclench. Let the sense of I must watch this fade. You can trust the unseen processes. You can trust the quiet intelligence that has always been moving life through you. This surrender is not giving up. It is giving back control that was never meant to be carried consciously. And in this giving back, something opens, not dramatically, gently, inevitably, like a river finding its course, without effort, without urgency, without fear. Stay here or drift. Either way, the law continues to work, and you are safe to let it. There is a natural doorway that appears each night, not something you step into, not something you open with effort, but something that arrives when the conditions are right. We often call it the space between waking and sleep, not fully alert, not fully dreaming. And what matters most is this: you do not enter it. It comes to you. As the surface mind loosens its grip, the brain naturally shifts rhythm. Not because you tell it to not, because you guide it, but because this is how the human system is designed. The faster, sharper waves of the day, those tied to analysis, vigilance, control, begin to soften. Slower, broader rhythms emerge. States associated with imagination, receptivity, impression. This is not mystical. It is natural. It happens every night whether you intend it or not. And in this threshold, the subconscious becomes more available. Not because it is forced open, but because the guard at the gate is resting. Here ideas slip past without argument. Here assumptions are absorbed as atmosphere, not as debate. Here, Identity can be impressed the way a scent fills a room quietly, thoroughly, without resistance. You don't need to recognize this doorway when it arrives. You don't need to label it. You don't need to stay awake for it. In fact, trying to notice it often pulls you back out of it. So we don't instruct, we don't induce. We simply acknowledge that this gateway exists and that it always opens on its own when effort dissolves. And now, as words become softer, as attention drifts more easily, you may already be nearer to it than you think. There may be moments where time feels unclear, moments where the body feels distant or heavy, moments where thoughts feel dreamlike, unfinished. These are not signs you are losing awareness. They are signs that awareness is changing form. This is the receptive threshold, and nothing is required of you here. You don't need to cross anything. You don't need to go deeper. The doorway comes to you the moment you stop trying to arrive anywhere. Just rest. Just allow. The mind knows how to pass into this state naturally, and from this place, assumption becomes law. From here on, the quality of attention changes, not because we explain more, but because explanation has done its work. You don't need further understanding to move forward. Understanding has already softened into knowing, so now we shift, not abruptly, not forcefully, simply by no longer holding the need to analyze. From this point, we don't persuade the mind. We don't reason with it. We don't justify what comes next. From here on, we assume. Assume in the quiet way, without inner commentary. Assume the way you assume the ground will hold you. Assume the way you assume your name belongs to you. There is nothing to prepare, nothing to rehearse, nothing to earn. The subconscious is open because resistance has rested. Identity is pliable because effort has dissolved. And in this receptive stillness, new states can be accepted as natural, without argument, without comparison, without delay. So let the need to understand fade now. Let curiosity become presence. Let listening become receiving. From here on, we no longer explain, we assume, and you are ready. You begin to notice how ordinary it all feels now. How normal it is to be supported. Not in a loud, flashy way, in the quiet way that matters most. In the way your body understands safety. Imagine you're waking up on a regular morning. Not a special occasion, not a finally moment. Just a simple day that belongs to you. The room feels calm. The air is comfortable on your skin. You can sense the softness of the bed beneath you, the steady rhythm of your breathing, the gentle weight of the blanket. And there's no urgency, no mental sprint, no pressure to prove anything. You're not chasing the day, you're meeting it. You open your eyes and it's peaceful inside you. Your mind isn't scanning for problems. It isn't rehearsing worst-case scenarios. It isn't calculating how to make everything work. There's a quiet knowing that things are handled, that your life supports you, that you are supported, and you can feel how natural that is. You swing your feet to the floor, and your body moves in an unhurried way. You stand up, and there's space in you, space in your chest, space in your thoughts, space in your time. You walk to where you start your morning, maybe the kitchen, maybe a quiet corner, maybe a window, wherever you like to begin, and you notice how gently you treat yourself now. You pour a drink, water, tea, coffee, and you hear the small sounds of the morning, the subtle clink of a cup, the soft pour the hum of the world beginning. You can smell something familiar, clean air, warm tea, a hint of soap on your hands. And the moment is simple, and it's enough because nothing is missing. Not because you're trying to convince yourself, not because you're hoping it's true, but because in this version of you, it is simply true. You check your phone if you want to, and even that feels different. You're not bracing, You're not afraid of what you'll see. If there are messages, you read them with ease. If there are tasks, you meet them with calm. If there's something to respond to, you respond from steadiness, from self-respect, from the deep assumption that you have more than enough. And you notice how your decisions come easily now. You choose what to do next without tension, without that tight squeeze in the stomach, without that familiar what-if spiral. You make decisions the way someone makes decisions when life is friendly, when support is normal, when abundance is the baseline. You decide what you'll wear. And it's simple. You decide what you'll eat. And it's simple. You decide what you'll focus on. And it's simple. There's no inner debate about whether you deserve comfort. There's no guilt for choosing what feels good. There's no fear that ease will be punished. Ease is allowed here. As you move through your morning, you notice the tiny ways abundance shows up as normal. Not dramatic, just steady, like a quiet current that carries you. Maybe you remember a bill that's due, and instead of tightening, your mind stays open. You know it's covered. You know you can handle it. You know there is always a way. And you don't say that like a mantra. You say it like a fact. Because you've lived it. Because you are living it. And you can feel the difference between wishing and assuming. In the old way, you might have tried to force optimism. In the new way, you simply expect support. It's like expecting the sun to rise, like expecting your lungs to breathe, like expecting a chair to hold you when you sit down. You don't strain to believe it. You just know. You sit or you stand or you walk around your space, and you feel that your life has room. Your schedule has room. Your mind has room. Your bank account has room. Your future has room. Even your breath has room. And notice your body recognizes this. Your shoulders are softer. Your jaw unclenches. Your belly isn't gripping. Your breath moves deeper, slower. It's as if your nervous system has finally received the message: we are safe now. We are provided for now. We don't have to fight the day to survive it. You don't have to earn peace anymore. You move through normal responsibilities, work errands, messages, family, whatever your day includes, and none of it feels like a threat. You are not doing life from scarcity. You are doing life from wholeness. If you need something, you get it. If you want something, you plan for it. If something unexpected appears, you adapt. And all of it happens with the calm competence of someone who is supported, because you are. Picture a small moment of choice, something ordinary. Perhaps you're online and you see something you want, something useful, something beautiful, something that would make your life smoother. And you notice your inner response. There is no shame for wanting it. There is no fear that wanting means lack. There is no panic that spending means danger. You simply decide. If it's a yes, it's a yes and it feels clean. If it's a no, it's a no and it also feels clean. You're not wrestling yourself. You're not bargaining. You're not trying to prove restraint. You're not trying to prove worthiness. You're just living, and you start to realize abundance isn't only the number. It's the relationship you have with life. It's the way your mind rests. It's the way you trust yourself. It's the way you expect support without begging the universe. You expect good because good is normal for you. Now imagine you step outside, or you look out a window, and the world feels a little different because you feel different. You walk as someone who has options, You speak as someone who is not trying to impress. You listen as someone who is not afraid. You move as someone whose time matters, whose energy matters, whose life is not a scramble. And notice the subtle confidence in your body. It's not loud confidence. It's the confidence of stability, the confidence of knowing you can handle things, the confidence of not needing to explain yourself, the confidence of not needing to rush, even if you go to do something simple, buy groceries, answer emails, take a call. You can feel this identity underneath it all, like a steady foundation. And because it's steady, you don't need to think about it all the time. That's the most beautiful part. You don't have to keep abundance by obsessing over it. You don't have to monitor it every second. You don't have to grip it with fear. It belongs to you the way your name belongs to you. You might glance at your calendar and feel a quiet comfort. There are plans you're looking forward to. There are things you're building. And none of it feels desperate. None of it feels like a last chance. None of it feels like you're behind. You are right on time in your own life, and your mind has stopped treating abundance like a distant mountain you have to climb. You are not staring at the horizon, straining your eyes, trying to force the future. Instead, you are standing in the present, and the present feels supported. You take a breath, and you can sense how the day meets you halfway. People respond. Opportunities appear. Solutions present themselves. Money flows in expected ways and unexpected ways, and neither one shocks you anymore. Of course it comes. Of course it works out. You may even smile as you notice how simple it is now to trust. Not because everything is perfect every second, but because you no longer interpret temporary uncertainty as danger. If there's a question, you know an answer will come. If there's a gap, you know it will be filled. If there's something to figure out, you know you'll figure it out, because that's who you are. Now feel into a moment where someone asks you something, perhaps a friend, a partner, a colleague. They ask, how are things, or how's work, or how's life? And you answer from this new normal. You don't exaggerate, you don't brag, you don't shrink. You simply speak with ease. Good, steady. Things are flowing. I feel really supported lately. And as you say it, it doesn't feel like you're trying to convince them or yourself. It feels like you're describing the weather. It's just true. Notice how your inner world responds when you speak that way. It relaxes even more. It says, yes, this is our life now. And in this normal, abundant life, you treat money with respect, not fear. You look at numbers with clarity, not panic. You plan with patience, not desperation. You invest your energy where it matters because you are not wasting it on worry. You no longer rehearse scarcity. You no longer tell the old story. And what is so effortless here is that you don't need to force a new story either. You simply live from the assumption that you are already supported. That support shows up as timing that works, as help that arrives, as ideas that come at the perfect moment, as doors that open, as people who want to collaborate, as clients or customers who feel aligned, as opportunities that match your standards. And it also shows up as something even quieter. The absence of dread. No more bracing. No more waiting for the other shoe to drop. No more feeling like it can all disappear at any moment. You realize that was never your truth. That was conditioning. That was old identity. This is your real identity, the version of you who expects good because you are aligned with it. So you continue your day. You handle what you handle. You enjoy what you enjoy. You speak kindly to yourself. You move at your own pace. You choose from wholeness. And again, notice how ordinary it feels. This is not a fantasy. It doesn't feel like someday. It doesn't feel like you're reaching. It feels like the life you've always been meant to live, a life where you are supported, a life where ease is allowed, a life where abundance is normal. And as you breathe, you let that normality sink deeper, not as a goal, as a fact. As the day unfolds around you, you begin to sense something even broader than comfort, a gentle atmosphere that surrounds your life now. It's not about numbers or transactions. It's a feeling of space, of safety, of quiet permission to exist without strain. You imagine the way your mornings feel in this state. There is no sharp edge to waking up. Your body rises naturally, as if it trusts the day ahead. Light filters into the room, soft, welcoming, and you feel no need to rush toward it or hide from it. Time feels generous here. Time feels like an ally. You move slowly if you want to. You stretch. You breathe. You notice how the air feels in your lungs, clean, unpressured. The world is not demanding anything from you before you're ready. And that alone is a form of wealth. As you prepare for the day, there is an underlying sense of being held, not watched, not judged, held, as if life itself has widened to accommodate you. You notice how the simplest routines carry a different tone now. Brushing your teeth, washing your face, choosing clothes. Each action happens inside a field of calm certainty. You don't question whether you'll be okay. That question no longer arises. You step into your environment, your home, your workspace, your surroundings, and everything feels a little more spacious. Even if the physical space hasn't changed, your experience of it has. There's room to think, room to pause, room to feel, and you notice how your confidence is not something you perform. It's not something you put on. It's something that quietly radiates from the inside. You stand differently. You walk differently. You make eye contact differently. Not to dominate, not to impress, but because you are settled within yourself. There is a deep, quiet certainty that you belong wherever you are. As you interact with the world, emails, conversations, tasks, you feel a softness behind your actions. You are effective without being tense. You are focused without being rigid. You are engaged without being drained. Your energy moves efficiently because it isn't leaking into worry. And this ease isn't fragile. It doesn't disappear when something unexpected happens. If plans change, you adapt. If a delay appears, you breathe. If something doesn't go exactly as imagined, your inner state remains steady because you trust the flow now. You trust that life reorganizes itself in your favor. Not dramatically, not magically, but naturally, as if things are always quietly adjusting behind the scenes to support you. You may notice moments of stillness during the day, pauses where nothing needs to be done. And instead of filling those moments with distraction or anxiety, you rest in them. You allow yourself to feel how safe it is to simply be. This safety extends beyond money, beyond work, beyond outcomes. It lives in your nervous system. It lives in your breath. It lives in the way your thoughts no longer race to defend you. You feel a gentle confidence that doesn't need proof. You don't need reassurance. You don't need constant signs. You already know. And because you know, you don't grasp. You let opportunities come to you. You let people show you who they are. You let answers arrive in their own timing. There is no urgency to control the process. The process knows you. You might imagine walking through your day with a subtle smile, not because everything is exciting, but because everything is steady. There's a quiet joy in knowing you don't have to push life forward. Life is already moving with you, and in this atmosphere of effortless wealth, you begin to recognize something important. Abundance is not loud. It is calm. It is quiet. It is stable. It feels like exhaling. It feels like leaning back into a chair that fully supports your weight. It feels like knowing that even if you do nothing extra today, you are still okay. And that realization alone softens you even more. You notice how your inner dialogue has changed. There is less commentary, less evaluation, less mental noise. Your thoughts are simpler now, kinder, more direct. When you think about the future, you don't tense. You feel open, curious, interested. You don't need to see every step. You trust the direction. You trust yourself inside that direction. As the day continues, you move through spaces with an invisible sense of permission. Permission to take up space. Permission to receive. Permission to say yes. Permission to say no. And all of this happens without effort. This is what abundance feels like when it's integrated, not exciting all the time, but deeply reassuring. Like a constant hum of support underneath everything you do. You may even notice moments where you forget about abundance altogether. And that's how you know it's real. When you no longer need to think about it, check on it, or protect it. It has become part of you. You are living inside an atmosphere of ease now, and this atmosphere follows you wherever you go. And inside this atmosphere of ease, something even deeper settles in. A feeling that doesn't rush, doesn't spike, doesn't need to announce itself. A calm joy, a quiet relief, the kind of emotional certainty that only comes when something is already fulfilled. You begin to notice how often the thought arises now without effort. Nothing is missing, not said with emphasis, not said as a correction. It simply appears gently like an inner observation. You look at your life, at your day, at yourself, and there is no sense of lack to push against, no invisible gap to fill. Your body understands this before your mind does. There is a soft release in your chest, as if a long-held tension has finally been set down. Your breath deepens on its own. Your nervous system settles into a rhythm that feels familiar and safe. Relief moves through you, and you recognize it as evidence that the waiting is over, evidence that you are no longer in almost, evidence that you are living from fulfillment, not reaching toward it. This relief doesn't make you passive, it makes you present. You feel grounded in your body. You feel here. You feel connected to the moment you're in instead of projecting yourself into a future that needs fixing. You realize how much energy used to be spent anticipating problems, and how little of that energy is needed now. There is a quiet joy in this realization. It's not excitement. It's not adrenaline. It's not the temporary high of getting something new. It's the joy of stability. The joy of knowing you are okay even when nothing dramatic is happening. You feel content without becoming complacent. You feel satisfied without closing yourself off. There is an openness inside this calm, a gentle receptivity to more without the feeling that more is required. You allow yourself to rest in this state. Notice how your thoughts slow. They become fewer, and the ones that remain are kinder, simpler, more aligned with who you are now. There is no inner argument, No push and pull. No need to convince yourself of anything. You don't have to hype yourself up to feel good. You just feel good. And when you think about abundance from this place, it doesn't feel like a goal or a reward. It feels like a reflection, a mirror of your inner state, a natural outcome of being settled within yourself. You recognize that calm joy is not something you create. It's something that emerges when resistance dissolves, when you stop asking life to prove itself, when you stop holding your breath. Relief washes through you again softly. You realize how different this relief is from escape. It's not running away from problems. It's not denial. It's the deep knowing that you can handle whatever arises, and that most things work themselves out without struggle. That knowing becomes emotional proof, proof that you are aligned, proof that you are safe, proof that abundance is not something you are waiting to earn. You feel gratitude begin to form, but it's not dramatic. It's not urgent. It's not pleading. It's gentle and steady like a warm light spreading through your chest. This gratitude isn't directed outward yet. It's not thank you for saving me. It's more like recognition. Recognition that life is cooperating with you. Recognition that your inner world is finally at rest. Recognition that this state, this calm joy, this relief means you are already living from fulfillment. And you allow that recognition to sink in. You don't rush past it. You don't analyze it. You let it anchor itself in your body, in your breath, in the subtle expressions of your face. This is what alignment feels like. Not intense, not overwhelming, just right. You stay here for a moment, letting the emotional tone of completion settle deeper and deeper until it feels natural to you. And as this calm joy continues to settle, gratitude begins to take on a new meaning inside you. Not as something you perform, not as something you offer in exchange, but as a quiet confirmation of what already is. You notice that gratitude here is not directed toward a future outcome. It is not hopeful. It is not requesting. It is simply the feeling that comes when resistance has ended. You feel it as a soft yes in the body. Yes, this is my life. Yes, this is safe. Yes, this is enough. You're not thanking life for fixing anything. You're acknowledging that nothing needs to be fixed. That in itself becomes deeply grounding. You allow yourself to recognize the stability of this moment. The way your body feels supported, the way your breath moves without effort, the way your mind is no longer searching for reassurance. This recognition is gratitude. You don't rush through it. You don't label it quickly. You let it unfold slowly like warmth spreading through your chest, your shoulders, your back. There is a subtle sense of arrival here. Not arrival at a destination, but arrival within yourself. You realize that gratitude doesn't require excitement. It doesn't require words. It doesn't require intensity. It only requires acceptance. And acceptance feels like letting go of the question, when will it happen? Because here, there is no waiting. You may notice thoughts of the past arise briefly. Memories of times when you felt unsure, when you felt like you had to push, or strive, or worry. And instead of judging those moments, you feel a gentle compassion for them. They belong to an older state, and you don't need to carry that state anymore. You allow gratitude to acknowledge that shift, not with celebration, but with quiet respect, like closing a chapter without regret. You feel how different your inner posture is now. No longer leaning forward trying to reach, no longer leaning back trying to protect. You are upright, balanced, present, and that balance feels deeply satisfying. You don't need to mentally list everything that's going well. You don't need to force appreciation. The feeling exists without effort because the struggle has stopped. Gratitude here feels like relief. Relief that you don't have to prove anything. Relief that you don't have to justify ease. Relief that you don't have to earn rest. And as this relief continues, you realize something important. This is what acceptance feels like in the body. This is what it feels like when your system agrees with reality. There is no inner resistance, no inner argument, just a steady, quiet alignment. You let yourself stay with that feeling. You let it become familiar, normal, expected. You are not afraid it will disappear. You are not trying to hold on to it. You trust it because it feels natural. And that trust deepens the gratitude even more. This gratitude does not say thank you. Now please don't take it away. It says this belongs. It belongs to you. It belongs in your life. It belongs in your identity. You breathe slowly, and with each breath, the sense of acceptance spreads through your chest, through your belly, through your arms and legs. Your whole body agrees with this state. And because your body agrees, your mind no longer questions. You rest here in the simplicity of being aligned. And now, from this place of acceptance, the words that shape your identity begin to rise naturally, not as effort, not as persuasion, but as recognition. These are not affirmations you are trying to believe. They are statements you are remembering. You let them move through you slowly, rhythmically, as if your body already knows their truth. I live in abundance. You don't say it with intensity. You say it with calm certainty. The way you would state your name, the way you would state where you live, it feels factual, grounded, real. I live in abundance. And as you feel into those words, you notice how your body responds with ease. There is no tightening, no doubt, no need to check the evidence. The evidence is how relaxed you feel when you say it. Abundance is my natural state, not something you access on good days, not something you earn when you behave correctly. It is your baseline, your default, your emotional home. Abundance is my natural state. You feel how those words settle into your chest, your shoulders, your breath, as if your nervous system exhales in agreement. I expect good because I am aligned with it. You're not hoping for good. You're not waiting for permission. Expectation here feels neutral, steady, sane. It feels like expecting support from the ground beneath your feet. I expect good because I am aligned with it. You allow these statements to repeat, gently reshaping how you see yourself. I am someone who is supported. I am someone life responds to. I am someone for whom things work out. Each sentence lands softly without resistance. I am safe receiving. I am comfortable with ease. I am relaxed about money, time, and opportunity. Notice how there is no urgency in these words, no forcing. They feel like truths that have always been there, simply waiting to be acknowledged. I trust myself with abundance. I trust life with me. And as you continue, the identity becomes clearer, not as an idea, but as a felt sense. I don't chase. I allow. I don't strain. I expect. I don't worry. I respond. These are not rules, they are descriptions. I live from wholeness. I make decisions from calm. I move through life supported. Let the repetition be soothing, like a rhythm your subconscious recognizes. I already am. Those words are simple and complete. If this identity feels true for you, you may choose to seal it by quietly commenting, I already am, and by subscribing to, continue this practice together, not as effort, but as ritual, as agreement with who you are now. And you continue, I already am abundant. I already am aligned. I already am supported. There is no future version you're waiting to become. This is you now. You let these statements echo gently without needing to hold on to them. They settle on their own. From this settled identity, your behavior begins to align effortlessly. Not because you're trying to act differently, but because you are different. Your inner signals have changed, and the world responds to those signals naturally. You notice how you respond to situations now. When something unexpected appears, your first reaction is calm. Your body no longer jumps ahead into fear. Your mind doesn't rush to conclusions. You pause, you breathe, and you trust yourself to respond wisely. I respond from steadiness. I move from clarity. I choose from calm confidence. These are not habits you force. They are reflections of who you are. When you think about money, your inner dialogue is neutral and respectful. You don't tense. You don't dramatize. You don't attach your worth to numbers. You see money as something that circulates, something that responds to alignment. I handle money with ease. I expect support in practical ways. I am comfortable planning, receiving, and spending. You notice how your expectations shape your behavior. You show up differently because you expect things to work. You speak differently because you trust yourself. You listen more closely because you're not defending anything. I speak from self-respect. I listen without fear. I act without overthinking. Your signals to the world are clean now. There is no mixed message, no inner contradiction. You are not saying, I want abundance while bracing for disappointment. You are not saying, I trust life while secretly waiting for collapse. Your inner and outer worlds agree. I am consistent inside myself. I send clear signals. I am easy to support, and because of that, support finds you easily. You notice how you allow things to come to you. You don't block opportunities with doubt. You don't rush past solutions with impatience. You recognize openings when they appear and you step into them naturally. I recognize opportunity. I say yes when it's aligned. I say no when it's not. There is no guilt in either choice. Your reactions are softer now. Your expectations are healthier. Your self-talk is kind and grounded. When you make a mistake, you correct without shame. When something succeeds, you receive without disbelief. I am emotionally available for good. I am relaxed about outcomes. I trust the process of my life. This alignment feels stable, repeatable, sustainable. You are not managing abundance. You are embodying it. And as this embodiment settles, there is nothing left to chase, nothing left to fix, nothing left to prove. You are simply living as yourself. Now gently you allow this identity to stabilize. You don't push it deeper. You don't repeat it forcefully. You let it rest like something that has finally found its place. You remind yourself softly that this is not a temporary state. This is not a peak. This is not something you have to keep. This is who you are when you stop resisting yourself. You stay connected to this practice not from need but from resonance. You return to it because it feels familiar, supportive, grounding. And as part 2 comes to a close, you hold a quiet anticipation, not excitement, not effort, just a gentle readiness to rest even deeper into this identity. Nothing needs to happen next for this to be real. It already is, and you carry this calm certainty with you, effortlessly, as you prepare to drift further into rest. And now, very gently, you allow this identity to settle without effort. There is nothing to review, nothing to repeat, nothing to hold in place. What has been recognized does not need maintenance. You sense how stable this feels, how quiet, how unremarkable in the best possible way. This is not a high state you might fall from. It is a grounded state you return to naturally, like standing on solid ground after years of bracing yourself. You don't need to think about abundance anymore for it to remain true. You don't need to visualize. You don't need to affirm. You don't need to check whether it's working. It works because it is who you are. You allow yourself to trust this simplicity. You allow yourself to stop reaching. You allow yourself to stop preparing for loss. Your system has learned something new now. It has learned that safety is normal. It has learned that support is expected. It has learned that ease is allowed. And because your body understands this, your life will reflect it without effort. So you make a quiet inner agreement, not a promise, not a vow, just a knowing. A knowing that you will return to this state whenever you rest, that you will recognize it again when you slow down, that you will feel it underneath your days, steady and unchanged. You may choose to stay connected to this space, to this guidance, to this rhythm, not because you need fixing, but because resonance feels good, because familiarity feels safe, because returning here reminds you of what is already true. There is nothing more to install. There is nothing more to become. You have stabilized into yourself. And from this stability, you naturally drift, softer, quieter, deeper, carrying this identity with you without effort, without thought, without resistance, as rest takes over and continues the work for you. Let the scene you've been holding begin to soften now, not because it wasn't real, but because it's already done. You don't have to keep replaying the picture to keep the promise. You don't have to grip the details to keep the truth. The image was only a doorway, and you've already walked through. So in this moment, you can loosen your hands around it. Feel how good it is to stop trying. Let the mental movie slow, as if the projector is gently powering down, the light behind it dimming, the edges of the frame dissolving into a warm, quiet glow. The meaning stays, the certainty stays, the feeling stays, but the effort fades. And that is perfect, because the frequency is not in the picture. The frequency is in you. The image can fade like mist at sunrise, and still, the sun remains. The scene can drift away like a feather on the wind, and still, the air remains. The picture can release, and still, you remain. So breathe and let it float. Imagine you are holding a small balloon light, weightless, filled with the exact feeling you want to live in. You don't need to chase it. You don't need to pull it back down. You don't need to tie it to anything. You simply open your fingers and let it rise. Watch it go up, gently, effortlessly, higher and higher. And as it rises, you realize something simple and deeply relieving. You are not losing anything. You are returning it to the field where it belongs. The balloon becomes a point of light, then a soft star, then a glow that blends into the night sky. And still, right here in your chest, the warmth remains, because you kept what matters. You kept the state. You kept the assumption. You kept the version of you who already lives on the other side. Now let the details loosen further. Let the faces blur. Let the place blur. Let the timing blur. There is nothing you must see to make it happen. There is nothing you must force into focus. The subconscious does not need your micromanagement. It needs your acceptance. So let acceptance spread through you like a calm tide. Feel your forehead smoothing. Feel your jaw releasing. Feel your shoulders unhooking from the day. And deep inside, the quiet knowing remains steady as a candle in a sheltered room. If the mind tries to bring the picture back, you don't fight it. You don't argue. You don't wrestle. You simply let it pass through like a cloud crossing the moon. You can even whisper inwardly with a soft smile, "Thank you. That's already done." And the cloud keeps moving, and the sky remains. Now let the feeling become simpler. Not a story, not a scene, not a plan, just a tone. Like a single note humming in the background of everything. A tone of safety, a tone of certainty, a tone of already having, a tone of being supported, a tone of abundance. Let that tone sink into your ribs, your belly, your hips, your legs, all the way down to your feet, as if your whole body is learning this new normal. Because that's what we're doing now, teaching the nervous system what fulfilled feels like. No fireworks required, no strain required, no proving required, just a gentle settling into the life that matches you. If you notice any last tension, any last part of you that thinks it has to keep thinking in order to keep receiving, let it be met with kindness. You don't need to hold the door open. The door is open. You don't need to keep knocking. You've already been welcomed in. You don't need to keep asking. You are already answered. So let the mind unclench. Let the desire stop being a reaching and become a resting. Because the moment you stop chasing, you start allowing. And you are allowed. You are allowed to stop checking. You are allowed to stop measuring. You are allowed to stop wondering when. Not because you don't care, but because you trust. And trust is a deeper power than effort. Now let the picture dissolve completely like ink in water. See it gently swirl, soften, fade, until there is only a clear, open space, a quiet inner room. And in that room, there is a simple presence. You, not the you who is trying to get something, the you who is living as if it is natural, the you who already belongs in abundance. Let that identity sit with you comfortably like a familiar blanket. You don't have to push it into place, it fits. And because it fits, you can relax into it. Let your breathing become slower, lazier, softer. Let your eyelids feel heavier as if sleep is already leaning close. Now, without images, without effort, just the feeling. I am the one who receives easily. I am the one who is provided for. I am the one who is supported. I am the one who is safe to have more. I am the one who lives in abundance. Let those words be like warm water poured gently over the mind, no splashing, no forcing, just soothing, settling, smoothing. And if your mind asks, "But how will it happen?" you don't answer with a strategy. You answer with surrender. You answer with a softer truth. It is not my job to build the bridge. It is my job to walk as the one already across. So you let the how fall away, like a coat you don't need in this room, like a weight you don't need to carry into sleep. You have done enough. You have imagined enough. You have felt enough. Now you can let the seed disappear into the soil. A seed does not keep shouting at the earth. A seed does not keep digging itself up to check. A seed rests, and the unseen work begins. So you rest now. Let the last outlines of the image vanish. Let the mind become wide and quiet. And notice what remains when you stop trying to hold anything. A steady, gentle frequency. A lived-in feeling. A calm assumption. Like a deep internal yes. Yes. This is mine. Yes. This is natural. Yes. This is already moving. Yes. This is already done. Stay here. No picture needed, no effort needed. Only this soft, satisfied tone in your body, like the purr of a peaceful engine, like the hush of rain far away, like the calm of knowing you are carried. And as you sink further into that calm, you may sense how everything around you begins to respond to it, as if life itself is listening to the quiet signal you're sending, not through strain, not through chasing, but through being, just being. And now, with the image released and the frequency kept, you can drift even deeper into the truth that you don't have to push the world. You only have to match what is already yours. Now feel how the quiet inside you becomes a signal, not a signal you have to broadcast loudly, not something you have to announce or prove, just a steady, coherent presence like a tuning fork that hums so clearly the whole room begins to resonate with it. This is how it works, not by force, not by struggle, not by constant action or constant thinking, by resonance, by alignment, by you becoming so familiar with the feeling of your fulfilled life that the world around you begins to rearrange itself to meet you there. Because life reflects states, it mirrors assumptions, it echoes identity. So when you rest in the assumption, when you live inwardly as the one who already has outer life, has no choice but to conform in its own natural way, through its own natural channels, through its own perfect timing. And you don't need to supervise that. You don't need to micromanage the bridge of events. You only need to stay true to the state, to the frequency, to the inner atmosphere you have chosen. Right now, your body is learning coherence, a single tone instead of many competing signals. No more yes, but no more maybe. No more what if it doesn't. Just one simple, gentle certainty, like a calm radio station you're tuned into and you don't keep twisting the dial. You let it play. You let it fill the space inside you. And the more you let it play, the more natural it becomes. The more normal it becomes, the more your mind stops treating abundance like a special event and starts treating it like an everyday fact. And that is the shift. It stops being a hope and becomes a home. You are not calling something to you from far away. You are selecting what already exists in the field of possibility by being the version of you who lives there. Because possibilities are not created by effort in this moment. They are chosen by state. And you are choosing now, not with strained concentration, but with relaxed acceptance, like leaning back into a chair and realizing it has been holding you the whole time. So feel yourself held by a larger order you do not need to understand, held by a reality that responds to consciousness, held by a field that does not argue with you, a field that simply says as you are, so it is, so now you are. And because you are, it is. Let this sink in slowly. You do not manifest by chasing what you want. You manifest by occupying the self who already has it. You are not begging life to deliver. You are agreeing with life that it already has. And agreement is powerful. Agreement is quiet. Agreement is effortless. It is the soft inner nod that says, of course this is my life. Of course this is my normal. Of course I am supported. Of course I live in abundance. Notice how different that feels from pleading. Pleading is tight. Pleading is loud. Pleading is trying to convince. But knowing is calm. Knowing doesn't need to speak much. Knowing simply sits in the center of you like a warm stone. Steady, grounded, undeniable. So we return to knowing. And from knowing, everything becomes simple. You don't need to take frantic action to make it happen. Action can still happen naturally, easily at the right moments, but it will not come from fear. It will come from clarity, from inspiration, from the gentle nudge that feels like, oh, this is the next obvious step. Not I have to do this or else. Because when you're coherent, the right movement arises without strain. But even that is not your job right now. Right now, as you prepare to sleep, your job is only to maintain the tone, the inner climate, the quiet atmosphere of fulfillment. And you do that by relaxing into it, by letting it be true without proof, by letting it be true without a timeline, by letting it be true without needing signs. Because signs follow, they do not lead. You don't look outward to decide what's real. You decide inwardly what's real, and the outer catches up. So now feel the outer world as something that is already responding, even if you can't see the movement yet, like roots growing in the dark soil, like tides shifting under the surface, like a letter already sent, traveling through unseen routes, moving closer and closer and closer to your door. You don't need to chase the mail truck. You don't need to stand at the window all night. You simply know it's coming because it's already in motion. And what set it in motion was not effort. It was frequency. It was assumption. It was you choosing your state. You choosing the inner yes. So feel yourself now as a clear note, a coherent signal, a simple message to life. This is who I am. This is what I live. This is what I receive. This is what is normal for me. And life, like an echo, begins to answer in matching form. This is why you can rest. Because the work is not out there. The work is done in you, and you've done it. You have already planted the new identity. You have already felt it. You have already accepted it. Now the field organizes. Now reality arranges. Now the bridge of events forms in ways your mind could not have predicted. And that's good, because if you could predict it, you would limit it. But the field is not limited by your current logic. The field is not restricted to the paths you already know. It can surprise you with ease. It can deliver through kindness. It can open doors you didn't see. It can bring help from unexpected places. It can move people, timing opportunities, ideas quietly into alignment, all because you have become the match. So let your heart soften into trust. Let your belly loosen. Let your breathing slow even more, and whisper inwardly like a lullaby. I don't chase, I attract. I don't force, I allow. I don't strain, I receive. I don't worry, I know. And as you repeat those softly in your mind, notice how your whole body begins to feel more settled, more safe, more supported, as if your system recognizes this truth. I am not alone in creating my life. I am not doing this by myself. I am cooperating with something larger, and cooperation is restful. Cooperation feels like floating, so float now in this frequency. Let the day drift farther away. Let the world outside your room become distant and irrelevant. Right here in the quiet of your inner world, everything important is already decided. You are decided. You are chosen. You are aligned. And because you are aligned, you can stop trying to make anything happen. You can let it happen. You can let it unfold. You can let it come, because it is already on its way to the version of you who is ready to receive it. And that version is you, right now, here, breathing, soft, coherent, certain, and safe. Stay with that, just a little longer. No images required, only the steady hum of your state, like a calm golden field around you, holding you, matching you, answering you. And as you rest in this coherence, you may notice your mind becoming quieter, slower, as if you're already drifting toward a deeper inner window, a softer place, where receiving becomes effortless. And now, without doing anything at all, you may notice a gentle inner glow beginning to awaken, not something you force, not something you try to see, just a soft awareness, as if a small window has opened behind your closed eyes. A quiet moonlit space within you that listens rather than thinks. This is the time between effort and sleep, the sacred pause, the place where your body rests and your deeper intelligence begins to move. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to understand it. You simply allow it to be open. Feel the center of your head grow warm, subtle, almost like a dim candle being lit in a far room. There is no brightness required, no visions required, just a sense of gentle receptivity, a soft inner stillness that feels timeless, as if you are listening inwardly rather than outwardly. This inner space does not speak in words, it speaks in knowing, it speaks in impressions, it speaks in quiet alignment. And right now it is open to insight, open to guidance, open to the deeper patterns that organize your life beyond conscious effort. You don't ask questions here. You don't seek answers here. You rest, and in resting information flows naturally, like a river that moves best when it is undisturbed. Feel how your thoughts slow even more, becoming wider, softer, less defined. They don't need to disappear completely. They simply drift like leaves on water while something deeper beneath them continues its steady, intelligent movement. This is the receptive phase, the place where seeds are accepted without disturbance, the place where instructions are received without analysis, the place where identity imprints itself gently, deeply, permanently, so you allow this inner window to remain open, without expectation, without curiosity, without effort, just open, just available. And because it is open, the assumption you have chosen flows in easily, quietly, without resistance. There is no need to repeat affirmations here, no need to visualize, no need to think. Your nervous system already knows. Your subconscious already understands. Your inner world has already agreed. So now this subtle center simply receives the signal you are already broadcasting. I am safe. I am supported. I am provided for. I live in abundance. These truths are not being argued with. They are not being questioned. They are being absorbed, like warm light soaking into fabric, like gentle rain sinking into fertile soil. And the more you allow this softness, the more your entire body begins to respond. Your breathing deepens naturally. Your muscles release without instruction. Your jaw loosens. Your tongue rests comfortably in your mouth. Your eyelids feel heavier as if sleep is already gathering behind them. And through it all, this inner window remains quietly open, not as something you do, but as something that simply is. You may even forget about it, and that's perfect, because forgetting is part of receiving. The subconscious does its best work when the conscious mind steps aside. So let it step aside now. Let it take a seat. Let it rest. There is nothing more for it to manage. Everything important has already been impressed. Everything essential has already been accepted. So you drift gently into a deeper stillness, a stillness that feels safe, a stillness that feels familiar, a stillness that feels like home. And as this receptive phase continues, you may feel a sense of quiet reverence. Not dramatic, not intense, just a subtle recognition that something meaningful is happening beneath the surface, something benevolent, something ordered, something intelligent, and you don't need to witness it. You don't need to monitor it. You only need to allow your body to rest while it unfolds. So rest. Let the inner window remain open without effort. Let the signal continue without repetition. Let the process complete itself in silence. And if thoughts come, let them come. If they go, let them go. Nothing interrupts what is already underway. Nothing disrupts what has already been received. And as you continue drifting, this receptive phase gently blends into sleep, so smoothly that there is no clear line between the two. Just a soft slide, a quiet descent, a peaceful surrender where the conscious mind loosens its grip and the deeper mind carries you the rest of the way. And as you are carried, the assumption stays, the identity stays, the knowing stays, quietly, naturally, effortlessly. And in this quiet receptive space, you are already enough. You have already done enough. You are already aligned, and it is safe now to go even deeper. And now, in this deepening quiet, we return to what is most simple and most true. Not to think about it, not to analyze it, but to let it sink beneath thought, like a stone settling gently to the bottom of a clear lake. You don't throw it, you don't aim it, you simply let it drop, and it finds its place. So let these words find their place now. I live in abundance, not as an idea, not as a future hope, but as a present identity. I live in abundance. Let the words pass through the mind and land in the body, in the chest, in the belly, in the hips, in the legs. I live in abundance. Nothing to add, nothing to prove, nothing to justify. Just a quiet truth. I live in abundance. Feel how your system responds, not with excitement, not with urgency, but with recognition, like hearing your own name spoken gently. I live in abundance. There is room for me. There is enough for me. There is support for me. There is ease for me. I live in abundance. Let the pace slow now. No rush. These words are not going anywhere. They are becoming you. I live in abundance. You don't need to imagine money. You don't need to imagine things. You don't need to imagine outcomes. Abundance is not an object. It is a relationship with life, and that relationship is calm. I live in abundance, which means I am safe to receive. I am safe to have. I am safe to hold. I am safe to enjoy. I live in abundance. Feel the softness in that. Not I struggle for abundance. Not I chase abundance. Not I hope for abundance. I live in abundance. Present tense, lived in, ordinary, like breathing. I live in abundance. Let it repeat, slowly, gently, like waves touching the shore. I live in abundance. Each time it lands, it settles deeper, past the thinking mind, past old stories, past old habits of effort. I live in abundance. And because I live in abundance, I do not rush. I do not panic. I do not compete. I trust. I live in abundance. Because abundance is not something I earn in this moment. It is something I allow. I live in abundance. Let the body agree. Let the nervous system agree. Let the deeper layers of you say yes without words. I live in abundance. There is enough time. There is enough space. There is enough energy. There is enough support. I live in abundance. Notice how calm this feels. Notice how undramatic truth often is. I live in abundance. And because this is true, I can rest. I can slow down. I can soften. I don't need to be alert. I don't need to be vigilant. I don't need to be on guard. I live in abundance. Life is not withholding from me. Life is not testing me. Life is not tricking me. Life is responding to me, and I respond with trust. I live in abundance. Let gratitude begin to appear, not forced, not performed, just a quiet appreciation. Not gratitude for specific things, but gratitude for being held. I live in abundance, and abundance includes rest. Abundance includes sleep. Abundance includes peace. I live in abundance. Feel how your breathing becomes even slower now, as if each breath is agreeing with the words, in abundance, out abundance. I live in abundance. There is no argument here, no debate, no resistance, just a soft, steady truth repeating itself until it becomes background, until it becomes normal, until it becomes unquestioned. I live in abundance. Let that line echo quietly now, like a mantra that doesn't need effort. You don't even have to say it clearly. It can blur, it can soften, it can turn into a feeling rather than words. I live in abundance, and as the words begin to fade, the knowing remains. The identity remains, the state remains. You don't hold it, it holds you. I live in abundance, and because I live in abundance, I am allowed to sleep. I am allowed to let go. I am allowed to drift. Nothing will be lost. Nothing will fall apart. Everything continues, quietly, intelligently, without my supervision. I live in abundance. Let that be the last clear thought before thoughts themselves begin to slow, stretch, dissolve. Like lights dimming one by one in a peaceful house at night, I live in abundance, and now, even the words can begin to fade, leaving only the feeling, the deep, quiet, settled feeling of already being held, already being provided for, already being enough. Stay here, no effort, no repetition required, just this calm identity, sinking deeper and deeper as sleep begins to approach, gently, naturally, carrying this truth with you into rest. And now you don't need to follow the words so closely. You can let them drift past you, like a voice heard from another room, comforting, familiar, but no longer something you have to listen to with effort. Your body already knows what to do. It knows how to sleep. It knows how to rest. It knows how to let go. So you give it permission now, permission to soften even more, permission to sink, permission to release the last thin threads of wakefulness. Feel the surface beneath you holding your weight completely. You don't have to hold yourself up. You don't have to stay alert. Gravity is doing the work for you. The bed receives you. The air supports you. The night wraps around you like a quiet blanket. And with every slow breath out, something melts. First the forehead, smoothing. Then the eyes, heavy and relaxed. Then the cheeks, the jaw, the tongue resting gently. The neck loosens, the shoulders drop, not all at once, just enough, as if your body is sighing in stages, a long, slow unwinding, breath by breath. Thoughts may still appear, but they are faint now, unimportant. They don't hook you, they don't pull you back. They float by, loose, unfinished, and then dissolve, like half-remembered dreams before sleep fully takes you. You don't chase them, you don't finish them, you let them fade on their own, and as they fade, space opens, wide, quiet, soft, a space where nothing is required of you, nothing at all. In this space, your identity remains steady, calm, settled. You live in abundance, not as words anymore, as a felt sense, like warmth in the chest, like a deep exhale you didn't know you were holding, like the relief of realizing you are safe, you are supported, you are allowed to rest, and rest now begins to pull you downward, gently, like sinking into warm water, not falling, not dropping, sinking, slowly, comfortably, every part of you floating, while also being held. Time stretches here, moments blur, the edges of awareness soften. There is no urgency, no destination, only descent. The kind that happens naturally when the body trusts the night. Your breathing becomes slower than you realize, deeper, quieter. The pauses between breaths grow longer, softer, more spacious. And in those pauses there is peace. The mind no longer needs to label anything. No more this is happening or that is happening. Just sensation, and then less sensation, and then quiet. You may feel a gentle heaviness in your limbs, a pleasant weight, as if your arms and legs are melting into the surface beneath you, as if your hands no longer need to hold anything, as if your feet are no longer going anywhere. They have arrived. You have arrived. There is nowhere else to be, nothing else to manage, nothing else to remember. Even the idea of tomorrow feels far away, abstract, unimportant. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Life will take care of itself. Your deeper mind is already moving pieces into place, already arranging, already aligning, without asking for your help. So you rest. And the more you rest, the deeper you go, like a slow elevator descending, smoothly, silently, without jolts, down past the thinking mind, down past the planning mind, down into the body, down into the dark, fertile quiet where change actually happens. Here nothing needs to be forced. Here nothing needs to be fixed. Here you are enough exactly as you are. Your body temperature settles. Your heartbeat finds a steady, gentle rhythm. Your face is relaxed in a way you can't fake. Sleep is not something you do. It is something that happens when you stop doing, and you are stopping now, more and more, each second, each breath. If there is any last tension, any last effort, let it dissolve now. You don't have to sleep well. You don't have to try to fall asleep. You don't have to succeed at anything. Sleep is already happening. You are already halfway there. And now, even deeper, the words you hear may begin to lose meaning, stretching, slowing, blending together. That's a good sign. It means the conscious mind is loosening its grip. It means the night is taking over. It means the door to rest is open, and you are walking through. Without thinking, without effort, without resistance, you may notice tiny flickers of dream imagery, fragments, colors, feelings that don't quite make sense. You don't follow them. You don't analyze them. You let them come and go. They are just the mind learning how to let go of control. And you let it learn. You let it drift. You let it forget. You let it sleep. All the while, beneath everything, the assumption remains. Quiet, stable, unquestioned. You live in abundance. That truth does not need your attention now. It is already impressed. It is already accepted. It is already working. So you sink further into heaviness, into softness, into that sweet place where awareness becomes thin, stretched, almost transparent, where you are no longer fully here and not yet fully dreaming, just floating, just resting, just being carried. There is nothing you can do wrong now, nothing you can mess up, nothing you can forget that matters. The night holds you. The subconscious holds the command. Life holds the response. And you are free to sleep. Deeper now, slower, softer. Let the breath guide you down. Long inhale, slow exhale, long inhale, even slower exhale. And somewhere in the middle of the next breath, or the one after that, or the one after that, you won't be listening anymore. You won't be trying. You won't be aware. You will simply be asleep, resting, restoring, rewiring, and everything will continue quietly, perfectly, without you. Sleep now, drift, fade, rest. And now, just before the words disappear completely, there is nothing you need to do with this moment. Nothing to remember, nothing to hold, only a soft invitation, offered so gently it barely touches the mind. If this time together has brought you peace, if this quiet has helped your body soften, if this rest has helped your inner world reset, you may subscribe so we can meet here again, night after night, rest after rest. And if you feel it, you may share this with someone who needs to rest and rewire tonight. No urgency, no pressure, just a quiet option, placed softly at the edge of awareness. And now, even that can fade. The voice grows distant. The space grows wider. The pauses stretch longer and longer. There is nothing else coming. No more guidance. No more direction. Only sleep. Deep, natural, unforced. You are safe. You are held. You are done. Let the silence take you now.